Jesse, who's operating the?
Your Honor, what
I
time?
didn't catch his name. Should be out.
Judge wants to see you and him.
Okay.
No, I just didn't. Momentarily.
Right.
You're not in trouble.
Do I wait for him or do I mean?
You can, that's fine.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if y'all will approach the bench.
Yes, sir.
Right there.
All right, I think we'll go ahead and get back on the record and get into session. Our 14th juror has returned. I will swear her on the record as soon as they come back in there. As I understand, there are a couple of preliminary matters we need to deal with. One is the state's motion in limine for admissibility of gang evidence, which was filed July 21. You got to put on any testimony for that. Good.
If I need to, he's here. I plan to just make arguments.
I'm assuming Mr. Farmer and Mr. Warren, you all oppose the motion. I don't mind hearing from you on it. I just want to be as brief about this as we possibly can.
Your Honor, I understand the court's interest in brevity, but filed this motion, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. And, I mean, their own motion says that there's supposed to be a jury out here.
Jury's out of the courtroom.
Well, I think, I was interpreting that as an evidentiary hearing, in which the court had to find by some standard of proof, clear and convincing evidence to support the evidence that the state wants the jury to hear.
You'll put proof on this thing? You want to argue it, that's fine.
Your
It's
Honor,
up to you.
I have a statement in my motion that it would be the testimony, so I'll just make argument. That's okay.
Okay, I hear you.
Your Honor, we did request in this motion to be allowed to bring in information about a game, and it's not
Hang on
genuinely.
a second. We need to defend it too.
Yeah, we don't have our.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, this man, thank you for calling my attention. That one is on me.
Scott's got the key.
All right, Mr. Goodman, let's proceed.
The state expects the testimony of Timothy Singleton to give a motive, intent, and a full explanation of the reasons that the assault took place on the day when it did. We expect his testimony will be that Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown were both members of the traveling vice lords, that he was a member of the Cicero vice lords, and that a few days before this, the traveling vice lords had assaulted a couple of other, I think two, other members that were ghost mob vice lords. He said when that happened, or his testimony we think will be that when that happened, that he felt bad for one of the ghost mob vice lords and he gave him some clothes and a blanket. And because of that, the traveling vice lords felt like he was interfering in their business, which is the reason for this attack. We are not putting this proof on, we're not asking him to do that for propensity evidence at all. It would be, this is a 404B issue, and as you know, we have to have the jury out here, which we're having now. The court must determine a material issue exists other than character trait, and upon the request of the state, on the record material issue that exists, the ruling and the reason for giving the evidence. The court must also find proof of the other crime, wrong, or act to be clear and convincing, and the court must exclude the evidence if its probative value outweighs the unfair prejudice. This was addressed in State v. Thacker, which was a case out in Carroll County, and the court held in that motive is a relevant circumstantial fact that refers to why the defendant did what he did. And that's what we're trying to show here, is the reason that the defendants did what they did. Evidence of motive is often pertinent as a basis to infer that the act was committed to prove reference to mental state or prove the identity of the actor. The possession of a motive strengthens the inference of the death of the victim, or in this case, the attempted murder of the victim was caused by an intentional act rather than by a natural accident. Also for proof of gang affiliation, the courts held in State v. Grant that gang affiliation evidence may be admissible for non-propensity issues of identity, motive, and intent. Those are exactly the reasons that we're asking to present that today. It is to show the motive and the intent of the defendants for committing the crime. There are also the courts held that admitting gang evidence in a first-degree murder, or in this case an attempted first-degree murder prosecution, that it was admissible. The court did uphold allowing that evidence, and it found that the evidence was admissible for non-propensity purposes, proving the identity of the defendant as a perpetrator, as providing the necessary contextual background, and contextual background evidence is important, and that's what we have here, Your Honor. This is part of the contextual background. It's important because knowledge of the events surrounding the commission of the crime may be necessary for the jury to realistically evaluate the evidence. And that's the situation that we have here, because this is a situation where if they're just observed a video and there's no explanation, then they're going to be left wondering why this happened. And with this testimony, it gives the full contextual background of what occurred on that day. Your Honor, for those reasons, we would ask that it be admitted in the evidence. This statement allowed to pass the question.
As to both defendants.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just, I promise you, I will be very brief. Just, the state filed this motion, as I stated 2 days ago. This case has been pending, relates to an incident that occurred August the 29th of 2023. And the indictment came down in, I believe, September of 2024. And we've been sitting on this case for nearly 2 years, and we're just now getting this 2 days before trial, and it's a critical development in the case. So we do object to granting the state's motion unless the court complies with the plain language of Rule 44B. And in order to find the evidence that the state seeks to submit clear and convincing, I mean, that phrase, proof of other crime, wrong, or act to be clear and convincing, it refers to proof. It doesn't refer to a statement of counsel, it refers to proof. So in order to find that proof is clear and convincing, the plain language of the rule requires the court to hear the proof outside the presence of the jury before making a decision on the state's motion. And that's my basic position.
Your Honor, we would also object to any inference of gang evidence in this particular matter. This case has been pending for 2 years. We've had plenty of time to do discovery, plenty of time to do examinations, interviews, things of that matter, and then just taking General Goodman at his word. I think he can get at what he wants to get at without saying the word gang. I heard that the fight was over because somebody gave one person some clothes and some blankets, and that made some other people mad. So you can say clothes and blankets without using the word gang. I don't know if a gang is a particular, I don't know if they were selling clothes and blankets or something like that. That's not the allegation from the state, that they had a locked territory up here and they kind of violated an unspoken agreement. None of that was taken or said or presented or anything like that. So I don't know why we need the word gang if it's not to imply gangs are associated with criminals. Criminals do crimes. These are criminals. They must commit a crime. That's the whole purpose of excluding forensic evidence in the first place. And we also agree that sufficient proof has not been presented.
Anything else?
No.
State has filed a motion in limine proposing to admit evidence of gang activity in connection with the allegations of the indictment. Mr. Farman points out this is an incident that occurred August 29, 2023. The motion itself recites that at the time of the institutional investigation, the victim declined to make any statement about the activities. The state indicates that they only learned of the gang activity as of July 20, 2026, which would be 3 days before trial, when it met with the victim for trial preparation. The motion was filed. At least the court received a copy about 40 hours before the trial was due to begin, and at that time, I don't think service of the motion had been effected on the defense counsel there. The lateness of the motion prior to trial presents some concern to the court because of the inability of the defendant to adequately meet the allegations of the motion by either witnesses or either for the hearing itself or during the trial there. And again, I think it was a fair characterization that this is a critical development in the case from an evidentiary standpoint. So the court has very much concern about the timing of the motion. It's not the state's fault, they just found out about it. But the fact is, we've been set for trial for months and months and months. And here we are, within 2 days prior to trial, we get this motion. And let's look at the merits of the motion for just a second. If we assume, for purposes, if we assume hypothetically, because there has not been any testimony, and that's up to the state to deal with that matter. If we assume that Mr. Singleton's testimony is going to be exactly that as laid out in the motion, it looks to the court like what this really is Mr. Singleton's explanation, Mr. Singleton's opinion about why these matters came apart. And the court does not find, even if the allegations of the motion are true and they appropriately characterize Mr. Singleton's testimony, the court does not find that would be, if testified to, would be clear and convincing evidence, but rather it's opinion testimony by the victim as opposed to objective proof of that. So the state's motion for the admissibility of gang evidence is going to be denied. There'll be no reference in testimony to gangs. Now, different animal if we're talking about a 608 cross-examination impeachment. If the door is open, the court will analyze that issue differently and separately at that time. I'm not saying that Mr. Singleton cannot tell the jury why he believes that is that he helped someone and he believes he was retaliated against. But the word gang better not come into his testimony in this trial. Any questions about that?
No, Your Honor, the only thing I wanted to be clear about is that if either defendant takes a stand and they have a different story, that we could revisit this about whether we rebuttal testimony.
Your Honor, we would appreciate the court's ruling, obviously. But we'd like some clarity on what the court means by he can state why he believes this happened. Because I don't know how he can do that without relying on hearsay. I mean, how would he know?
I'm not going to give you an advance ruling on testimony.
Yes,
If
sir.
there's an objection to be made, you make it, I'll rule on it, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I understand
I just
that
wanted
that
to
is
know
a,
what's coming.
I understand that you're going to be very keenly watching, yes, for that as well, okay? All right, good deal. Any other motions from the state?
No.
You indicated, Mr. Farmer, you had something you want to take up with the court before we got to jury.
Your Honor, I apologize. A lot of this stuff I'm writing down as it comes into me. We do have an issue with, there's a phone call, and the state, if I understand correctly, the state intends to introduce a recording of that purports to be a recorded phone call made by Timothy Singleton immediately prior to this incident and during this incident. I can't remember the exact date when that was disclosed to me, but it was in the past week or two. And we weren't even sure, and I don't even know if the state's sure, that the video can be authenticated as the phone call can be authenticated as an actual phone call that occurred during this incident. However, if it is, I don't know if you want me to listen to the phone call, but the overwhelming majority of the phone call is a phone call between Timothy Singleton, the alleged victim, and a third party who's in Detroit, and they are having a conversation that's completely unrelated whatsoever to this incident. And there's also a moment in the recording. I don't think it would be disputed that he was on the phone when he started. But there's a moment in the recording when all of the speaking stops and you hear a bunch of racket in the background. And that's all going to be undisputed too, that there was a fight going on in the prison cell. But there's also a baby in the background on the phone call, you know, yelling or crying or whatever you want to call it. And I think the person on the other end of the phone call is still talking after the conversation ends. And so our objection to that is, number one, it's irrelevant. Number two, even if it's irrelevant, has some minimal probative value, it is clearly the very negligible probative value of that phone call is substantially outweighed by the danger of appealing to the jurors' sympathies by hearing these unrelated people in Detroit still talking to Timothy Singleton and his baby in the background. So the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of prejudice, and also by considerations of, I know the court is very concerned with brevity and speed. It's also outweighed by the considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence, because nobody is going to dispute that he was on the phone.
He was on the phone at the time.
He was on the phone at the time that the fight started.
How about that,
Judge, General Goodman and I actually decided late yesterday afternoon, we're not going to play that recording unless there is some contesting from the defendants that Mr. Singleton was not actually on the phone. This surveillance video is going to show it appears he's on the phone. There's a phone swinging after the attack starts. The state's not going to play that recording unless, for some reason, they contest that Mr. Singleton was actually on that phone call. We don't think it's necessary, really.
if you decide you're going to play the call, the court needs to listen to the phone call and hear whatever authentication testimony would be needed to get it into evidence before, not before, outside the presence of the jury, so I can rule before the jury.
Yes, sir.
It's a, you know.
If something
It's a
changes, I'll have to tell the defendant, have to approach the court. If it comes in, it would be something to rebuttal.
Okay, all right. That should, let's get that matter in Staples. Think for now.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Yeah, just a few more things. So we also found out yesterday that the nurse intends to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the nurse intends to offer what may approach opinion testimony. Because the
What's
state,
your opinion about what?
I couldn't tell you because I don't know what opinion the nurse intends to offer, but we got a notice of intent to use evidence yesterday where the state disclosed that one of its witnesses, we already knew the nurse was going to be a witness, but the state disclosed that the nurse would offer testimony related to background training and experience with assessing wounds of the nature and issue. And we think that, again, the delayed nature of that disclosure, the significance of that issue to the case, the fact that we haven't been able to get our own expert, not knowing that this was coming, presents the same general problem that you had with respect to the 404B issue. And so, if, I mean, we
Let me ask you this, for what other reason would they call a nurse? If the nurse, assuming for a moment it's a nurse who saw the victim after the attack, for whatever other reason would they call, other than to say, this is what I observed?
the nurse can talk about what he or she observed all day. I mean, we don't have any objections to that. The nurse can say, I was at work on this day and this man was brought in the clinic and I saw a wound here and a wound there and a wound here and a wound there. And I assessed him and described his condition. But an opinion regarding anything beyond that is,
I can't give you an advance rule. You know, if a question is asked that you believe is leading into something you need to object timely, I'll rule on it, we'll deal with it outside the presence of the jury if need be, to get the issue put to bed. Okay? I just can't give you advanced rulings on, and you don't even know what this person's gonna testify to, and I sure can't rule on that.
Well, I'm just trying to minimize the potential for, you know.
I understand that, but it's not minimizing, because I got nothing to consider tomorrow, other than you think something's gonna come up, and you want me to deal with it now, you can't do it. What else you got?
Well, just to be clear, what, the part that I'm objecting to is
You need to object at the time
Okay.
the evidence is sought to be introduced.
Okay.
I won't think to stop and take it up then.
Okay.
You need to timely object, and let's deal with it.
And you may say the same thing, but at some point, we have to have another jury out here on the duty to retreat issue, and that would probably require,
I can't deal with that till after I hear proof.
I didn't know when that would happen.
I don't know either.
Okay.
Let's see where we are at the end of the proof, because I think I can't consider a jury instruction until the proof has fairly raised the issue. Okay? When it's done that, we'll deal with the form of that instruction.
Understood.
That's okay. Mr. Warren, you have anything before we bring jury in, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
We'll see if they're ready.
Yes, sir.
Give them the time they need. We'll start with preliminary instructions. You're gonna read the indictment, Mr. Goodman?
Yes.
Coming in, Judge.
Mr. Riley. Y'all have to see, let's reset the vote. We stand up and you all. I was counting, make sure, 2, 4, 6, 14. Miss Clark. Hey,
I was nearly home.
I know. And that's on me. What is your first name?
Debbie.
Okay, Debbie.
Well, it's under Deborah on this.
Thank you for coming back, number one. Number two, let me ask you this. Did you have contact with anybody about this case while you were gone? Okay, I need to get you to take the oath of the juror. Okay, let's do that while I'm,
Your Honor, has the rule been called for?
just give me a moment. All right, Ms. Clark, you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues when joined and render a true and just verdict according to the law and the evidence? All right, thank you, ma'am. Put your hand down. Rule has been called for. I assume any person who's expected to testify other than essential state's essential person will need to step outside until you are called. Everybody will look around, make sure we'll have a witness in the room. That it, as far as you all can tell?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the trial, I want to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings and describe how the trial will be conducted and what the lawyers, what you and what I will be doing over the course of the trial. At the end of the trial, I'll give you more detailed instructions about how you are to go about reaching your decision, but for now I want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendants have been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendants, Austin Drummond and Andre Bernard Brown, are charged with attempted first-degree murder and the possession of contraband in a penal facility. The essential elements of the offenses are, for attempted first-degree murder, that the defendants intended to commit first-degree murder, and that the defendants did some act causing an essential element of first-degree murder to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. For possession of contraband in a penal facility, the elements of that offense are, the essential elements are that the defendants possessed a weapon while present in a penal institution where prisoners are quartered or under custodial supervision, and that they did so without the express written consent of the chief administrator of the institution, and that the defendants acted knowingly and with unlawful intent. The defendants have pled not guilty to the charges. They are presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, the attorney's arguments, and the instructions of law, the jurors in this case unanimously find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statements, the attorneys for the defendants may make an opening statement if they should choose. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in this case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits. A defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendants are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all of the evidence, the state and defense may present final arguments, also known as closing arguments. Closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. After hearing my instructions, the jury will leave the courtroom, begin deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Let me also explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I'll decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorneys raise during the trial, as well as in my final jury instructions. It's your job then to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law in my instructions to the facts, and from that application you will arrive at a verdict. Again, the state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendants beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. The defendants are presumed to be innocent of the charges against them. A defendant is not required to prove his innocence. to have his attorney make any statement or argument or to produce any evidence. You must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendants have committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base your decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testified. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as being honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. You have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a fact from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I'll give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. You may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court is unable to provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial, so you should listen very carefully to the testimony. You're allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during deliberations, but you're not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in the case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you begin deliberating at the end of the case. It's important that you wait until all of the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all of the evidence that you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, view any social media, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. That also includes listening to the radio and watching television news. I do know there will be media reports. There may be newspaper reports, there may be television reports, there may be radio reports and social media reports about this particular case. You are not, again, permitted to read, watch, listen to those reports. The integrity of the trial depends totally on your ability to stay away from that for whatever time it takes us to get this case tried. As juror, you must base your decision solely on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that's asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. This simply means that the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I have to determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Don't attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You're not permitted to ask questions. It's the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conference in the courtroom, hopefully outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I will try to avoid as many of those interruptions as possible, but I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If after your deliberations you find the defendants guilty of any offense, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting punishment. This completes my opening comments to you. We'll now proceed with the reading of the indictment. Sheriff Whitman?
Indictment. In the Circuit Court of Lake County, Tennessee, State of Tennessee versus Austin Drummond, Andre Bernard Brown, date November 4th, 2024, indictment number 24-CR-11036. Indictment for attempted first-degree murder, possession of contraband in a penal facility. Count 1. The grand jurors of Lake County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath, present that Austin Drummond and Andre Bernard Brown, on or about August 29, 2023, in Lake County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, premeditatedly, and deliberately attempt to kill Timothy Singleton in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202, a Class A felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 2. The grand jurors of Lake County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oath, present that Austin Drummond and Andre Bernard Brown, on or about August 29, 2023, in Lake County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully and knowingly possess a weapon in Northwest Correctional Complex, a penal institution where prisoners are quartered, without the express written consent of the chief administrator of that institution, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-16-201, a Class C felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. That indictment is signed by me, Danny Goodman Jr., District Attorney General, 29th Judicial District, foreman of the grand jury, Deborah Hoffman. The bill was returned for this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendants plead not guilty to each charge embraced in the indictment. We're going to proceed with opening statements now. Again, this is an opportunity for the lawyers to give you a preview of what they expect their evidence to show. Opening statements are not evidence. The state goes first, followed by the defendants. Mr. Goodman, Mr. Hayes.
In August 2023, Timothy Singleton was incarcerated at Northwest Correctional Complex. That's a Department of Corrections facility in Lake County, Tennessee. And the defendants, Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown, were also incarcerated at Northwest Correctional Complex. And actually, all three individuals were in the same unit or same pod. And then near the end of August 29, 2023, as you just heard General Goodman read the indictment, Mr. Singleton was on the phone talking to a girlfriend, a fiance, a loved one, and there's surveillance video in the pod. And you'll see that surveillance video today or tomorrow. You might see it multiple times throughout trial. And we want you to watch it very, very closely. There's a lot of things going on in that video. And the state believes and submits that you're going to see on that video, in the bottom left-hand corner, Mr. Singleton is down there on the phone, talking, minding his own business. And near the top of the video, and this video is going to be in what's called a fisheye camera, so it's up in the ceiling looking down 360 degrees. You'll see the defendants, Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown, come out of a cell, and Mr. Drummond's going to start walking first. He's going to walk to what's the left side of the screen. And in this area of the prison, there's two floors. There's a bottom floor and there's a top floor. Mr. Singleton's on the bottom floor, where he's talking on the phone. Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown, the defendants, are up on the top floor. They come out of a cell. Mr. Drummond starts walking when it's going to be to the left side of the screen. And then Mr. Brown starts to follow him. He's a little bit behind. Timothy Singleton is still talking on the phone. They reach a set of stairs. The defendant, Mr. Drummond, goes down steps. Mr. Brown stays a few steps behind him. Mr. Singleton is still talking on the phone. Mr. Drummond gets to the bottom of the stairs. He's still in the lead. He starts walking towards the bottom left-hand corner of the screen where Mr. Singleton is. And he's walking, and he's walking. And it takes him almost 20 full seconds to get from that cell on the top row all the way to where Mr. Singleton is. And he's walking just like this with his hands in his pockets. And right as he gets to Mr. Singleton, you see Mr. Drummond, left hand out comes a weapon, and he starts going after Mr. Singleton, stabbing multiple times. Mr. Brown comes running in to assist, and they both go after Mr. Singleton. The guards are in another part of the cell. They hear it, they see it, they respond, they start spraying pepper spray to break it up. Mr. Singleton moves to the right-hand corner of the screen, bottom right corner. And while the guards are focused on Mr. Brown, Mr. Drummond runs behind the steps. And then he must see that the guards are focused on Mr. Brown with their backs to Mr. Drummond. And what does he do? He goes after Timothy Singleton for round 2. And as the guards turn around to deal with Mr. Drummond and Mr. Singleton again, Mr. Brown comes in for his round 2 and tries to get a few more shots in on Timothy Singleton. You'll hear from those guards. They're Melissa Boyd, James Sampson, Alexis Moore. And you're going to hear from Mr. Singleton about his injuries, the multiple stab wounds across his body, the front of his body, the back of his body. You're going to hear from investigators within the prison, Logan Wilson and potentially Special Agent Tharp. And a nurse, David Mathis. He was a nurse at Northwest Correctional Complex, and he treated Mr. Singleton that day. Observed a lot of injuries on Mr. Singleton's body, and sent him for outside medical care at a hospital in Dyersburg. That video is going to be the majority of the state's proof, but you're going to hear testimony about the investigation from the guards and from the nurse. But the state wants you to pay very, very close attention to that video. It's extremely important. And when you watch that video, you combine it with the testimony of the agents, the investigators, the guards, everything. We believe you're going to have all the proof and all the evidence you need to deliver 2 verdicts. 2 for Mr. Drummond and 2 for Mr. Brown. And they're both going to be guilty as the indicted offense is attempted first-degree murder in possession of contraband in a penal institution. Thank you.
Your Honor, am I supposed to stay here? Can I turn the page? Yes, sir.
Just don't break anything.
Okay. Break everything I touch.
Very good.
Thank you.
Hope that helps.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Again, thank you so much for your participation in this process that is unique to our country and our state. I ask you today and tomorrow, if necessary, to keep an open mind. I ask you to remember the questions that were asked of you during jury selection, and some of the points that I tried to make during jury selection, if I made any. The state has gotten up here today and read you what's called an indictment. And the indictment that was read to you is not evidence. What you're about to hear is the evidence. And it's on the state to prove what they just promised you. And we also ask you to pay particular attention to the video that you will see. And we ask you to remember what we talked about during jury selection about the importance of the things that you will not see. And consider whose job it was for you to see the things that you will not see on the video. The things that you can't see on the video. Particularly if the video is played on a screen that far away from you. You will see one angle of an incident that occurred in this unit, in this prison. You will only see one angle. In the video, you won't see the angle that could have been seen if there had been a more thorough investigation. What you have in this case is a situation where, and you will see, nobody cared at the time that this happened. They got one angle. There were multiple eyewitnesses. Probably seven other inmates standing right there when this happened, who would have been able to tell what happened off the video. And nobody apparently talked to them to find out what would have possibly led up to this encounter. You're going to see that prior to this encounter, contrary to having been innocently standing idly by on the phone, something very important happened if you watch closely. And you'll see what it is if you watch closely enough. And hopefully you'll be able to ask the questions and do the job, cross the T's and dot the I's that the state of Tennessee failed to do in this case, that the investigators at the prison complex failed to do in this case. And then you have to decide who should bear the consequences of a lack of concern and a failure to investigate, when the burden is on the state of Tennessee and not my client. This is not civil society that you're dealing with. ladies and gentlemen. This is a jungle. You're going to hear, potentially you're going to hear discussion regarding what was reasonable from Austin Drummond's point of view. And in order to do so, you have to consider that he was in a cage and he had nowhere to go, no one to turn to, no one to trust, and he objectively and reasonably, even if mistakenly, believed that his life was in danger, that he was in danger, that his actions were necessary to protect himself. And nobody cared. And you're going to have to ask yourself whose job it was to care and to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not do the things that I'm telling you he did for the reasons we say he did and that the proof will show he did. About attempted murder. Let's get that out of the way now. The state promised you that it's going to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client, Mr. Austin Drummond, acted with an intent to kill this other inmate. So again, watch the video and consider everything that's not there. And consider whether he could have killed the guy if he had wanted to. And whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not walk away when he no longer felt threatened. Because that's what he did, and that's what the proof will show. There's opportunity at the end of this case to do justice. In order to do justice to everyone involved, we ask for your patience, your attention, your open-mindedness. We ask you to set aside your emotions, your knowledge of unrelated events, and focus on what happened on August the 29th of 2023. And at the end of all the proof, we ask you to find Austin Drummond not guilty of the crimes that the state has charged him with in this particular case. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your patience. I know it's been a long day, so I'll be brief. There's been a lot of talk about a video that's going to come up. This video is about 10 minutes. And in this video, you're going to see kind of what Assistant District Attorney Hayes told you about. You're going to see people getting in a fight in a prison cell. That's what you're gonna see. You're gonna see people get stabbed, you're gonna see people fight. That's just what you're gonna see. You're gonna see about 10 minutes of that. You're not gonna see anything before that, you're not gonna see anything after that. And what you're really not gonna see is you're not gonna see anybody, any kind of attempt to kill anybody. You're gonna see a prison fight. And that's what this is a prison fight. You're not gonna see anybody trying to slash anybody's throat, stab anybody in the heart, cut any kind of artery. You're not gonna see any of that, okay? You're not gonna see any kind of premeditation, not gonna hear any kind of testimony about somebody planning to kill anybody. You're not gonna hear any kind of testimony about somebody deliberately stabbing somebody to kill somebody. You're not gonna hear any testimony about somebody trying to stab somebody to intentionally kill somebody. You're just not gonna see it or hear it. Because it's not gonna be there. And I'm asking all of y'all to look out for that. It's kind of hard to look out for what you don't see, but just be aware of it. That's what we're getting at right here. And as the state mentioned, you're going to hear from witnesses. You're going to hear from investigators, from TDOC, who investigated this incident, who wrote reports either the day of or a week after this incident. And you're going to hear them on what they think the appropriate charge was. And you're going to hear them say assault. You're not going to hear them say premeditated murder. You're going to hear them say assault. You're not going to hear anybody in this particular case who wrote a report at the time it happened say anything about anybody trying to kill anybody. You know why you're not going to hear it or see it? Because it didn't happen. You're going to hear from a nurse. And this nurse is going to say that she checked out some inmates and she did some healthcare professional things and things like that. I'm not real sure. I don't have a crystal ball and I haven't really talked to her. But I'd be willing to bet she's not going to say anybody tried to kill anybody. You're going to see a report. A report's not going to say anybody tried to kill anybody. You know what it's going to say? Assault. That's it. You know how he's like to mention round two? You will see people coming in on a round two, things like that. You're going to see a prison fight. You're going to see people throwing hands, and you're going to see people, how they fight in prison. And as my co-counsel alluded to, this is not outside society. This is not outside in the parking lot. This is a TDOC facility that's locked down 24/7. They have nowhere to go. And the prison's not all sunshine and rainbows, and the sad fact is you're going to see this is how they fight, this is how they get down, and how they squabble in prison. And that's just how it is. Wish it wasn't, but that's just how it is. And I don't want to get into any kind of argument or anything like that. I just want you to pay attention to this. I'm asking you to pay attention to this, like you promised during board doc. And I just encourage you, during this evidentiary stage, the state's putting on its proof, hold them accountable. Hold them accountable for what they promised they were going to show you. They promised they were going to show you somebody trying to kill somebody. But they're not. Thank you.
21st witness.
State calls Logan Wilson.
Come on, sir. You face the card for me.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Say it, please, sir.
State your name,
Logan Wilson,
and you spell it just to be on the safe side.
LOGANWILSON.
Mr. Wilson, where do you work?
Northwest Correctional Complex.
Okay, what do you do there?
I'm an internal affairs investigator assigned to the Tennessee Department of Corrections, Office of Investigations and Conduct.
All right, how long have you been doing that?
I've been in that position permanently since December of 2024. Prior to that, I served in the interim role in that position from around June or July of that year.
Okay. All right. And have you done other things inside the prison? What have you done?
During my time with TDOC, I've been employed as a probation parole officer, a correctional officer, correctional corporal, correctional sergeant, and internal affairs investigator.
All right, does Northwest Correctional have surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
Is that throughout the whole prison?
It is.
Okay. And as part of your job, do you have access to it?
I do.
And how do you use surveillance video, or how do you look at something?
Our office is equipped with a workstation that allows us to view live and recorded footage from throughout the prison.
Okay. And August 29, 2023, you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you made aware of an incident involving Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown?
I was.
Okay. And did you review video?
I did.
All right. Did you save that footage?
I did.
And have you had a chance to view it since then?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were the surveillance cameras functioning properly in that unit that day?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And everything that you saved or reviewed, is that, that was created by the system?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would playing that video help you with your testimony today?
Yes, sir. it would.
Or are we going to ask to play this video at this point in time?
No objection.
No objection, you're right. Playing or publishing.
We need, will it be better if we get a few of the lights down? Over here now? Yeah. I don't.
Your Honor, that's all the state wishes to play, and we've been asked to make this, this state exhibit one.
I think we get the lights back on now.
No objection, Warren.
All right. The, on this, one.
Mr. Wilson, did everything that you testified about today in this video that occur in Lake County, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
All right, pass the witness.
Any question, Mr. Farmer?
Oh, yes. Good afternoon. My name is Drew Farmer. I represent Austin. This was brought to your attention by guards who were present in the room, correct?
Yes, sir.
At what point was this brought to your attention?
I believe on that date, the officers in the unit had called code. I believe it was a fight with weapons. I was present at the facility, and I was made aware at that time.
Did you go to the scene of the incident?
I don't believe I went to the scene at the time, no, sir.
You didn't go to the crime scene?
Not at the time, no, sir.
You're the lead investigator, correct?
Not at that time, no, sir.
Who was?
At that time, the Office of Investigations and Conduct Investigator was Scott Spillers. I was assigned to the Facility Internal Affairs Office.
And he's not here, is he?
No, sir.
You don't know if he went to the crime scene either, do you?
I can't recall, sir.
You didn't talk to any of the other inmates who were standing right there during the fight, did you?
I did not.
Did you talk to the guards before or after you selected this video clip?
I believe it would have been after.
When did you first view this video clip?
It would have been shortly after the incident.
Where were you when you did that?
It would have been in the Internal Affairs Office at Northwest Correctional Complex.
What led you to preserve only the portion that's been shown today?
Typically, following an event like this, I'll preserve footage. It's case by case. It depends on if anything occurred before, what's been preserved, and shortly thereafter. It's dependent on the case.
There were more cameras in this unit, were there not?
Yes, sir.
Multiple, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom tier, correct?
There are cameras that show a full 360 of the housing unit. Yes, sir.
And if you had chosen to do so, you could have reviewed the moments preceding when when you began the video that's been shown to the jury, correct?
That's
You never looked at this incident from any other angle, did you?
not my recollection.
You did not view this incident from the point of view of anyone but what's seen on that video, correct?
That's
You did not pay close attention to the video that you preserved, did you?
I reviewed it.
You did not pay close attention to the video that you preserved, did you?
I paid attention to it, so
How many times have you watched it?
7, roughly 10 rounds.
So you've seen it 7, roughly 10 times?
Yes, sir.
So you've seen the portion of the video where one inmate in a blue shirt walks. Now let's be clear. Timothy Singleton, the guy who lost the fight, he's in a white shirt, correct?
Mr. Singleton is standing up front. I couldn't tell you specifics about what any person involved was wearing.
So you've seen it 7 to 10 times, you don't know what kind of clothing, what color his shirt was?
The actions are what's important, as far as I was concerned.
Timothy Singleton, you agree, he was standing on the video that you just saw. He was standing down on the left, bottom left corner, correct?
As the video was oriented there, yes, sir, he was standing on that.
And you've seen it 7 to 10 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen the portion in which an individual in a blue shirt walks over to Mr. Singleton and hands him something, correct?
I've seen the portion of the video where an inmate walks over to Mr. Singleton, the two appear to exchange something. I don't know if whatever they exchanged went from the other inmate to Mr. Singleton or vice versa.
You don't know because you didn't investigate it, did you?
It's just not clear on the video.
You didn't investigate that issue, did you?
That was not what was important at the time.
At the time, right?
Correct.
It's important now, isn't it?
Okay.
You've seen it 7 to 10 times, and I also, correct me if I'm wrong, you saw the knife fall out of Mr. Singleton's hands too, didn't you?
I have not seen a knife fall out of Mr. Singleton's hand.
And you've seen the video 7 to 10 times.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Singleton never told you that he had a knife too, did he?
Mr. Singleton never indicated that to me.
And none of the other inmates in the unit told you that either because you didn't ask them, right?
That's correct.
You didn't ask the inmate in the blue shirt why he handed a knife to Mr. Singleton, did you?
No, sir. My review was strictly of Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown's actions.
And you've seen the end of the fight where Mr. Singleton's laying on the ground, haven't you?
Yes.
And you've seen Austin walk up to him at that moment and tap him on the leg, didn't you?
I saw Mr. Drummond approach Mr. Singleton after he was on the ground, and then responding staff ushered him away.
When you saw you saw Austin walk up to Singleton while Singleton was on the ground,
Yes, sir.
defenseless, correct?
While Mr. Singleton was on the ground, yes, yes, sir.
And then Austin walked away, right?
He was ushered away by staff, yes, sir.
Well, he handed off his device, correct?
Correct.
And, by the way, you don't have the device, do you?
No, sir.
You don't even know where it is, do you?
Typically, those are held for a period of time until disciplinary charges are resolved with a disciplinary board.
My question is, you don't know where the weapon is, do you?
No, sir.
And you don't know where Singleton's weapon is, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know where Mr. Brown's weapon is, do you?
No, sir.
Did you ever look at the weapon?
I don't recall if I've ever seen the weapons or not.
You don't know if the jury's going to get to see it, do you?
No, sir.
You didn't collect medical records of the guy who lost the fight, did you?
Those medical records were compiled in the use of force packet that was done.
You don't know if the jury's going to see those either, do you?
I have no bearing on that, no. It's above my control.
You haven't looked at them, have you?
The medical records? Yes, sir.
The cells inside of prison, they can be tampered with, can't they?
Thank you.
And they have been before, haven't they?
Yes, sir.
And you have been involved in investigations of tampering with cells that are supposed to be locked, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And you've been involved in many investigations, I'm sure, of possession of weapons in prison, haven't you?
That's correct.
You've known that even other prison officials feel the need to carry weapons, don't you?
Weapons that are assigned to them, yes, of a defensive nature.
Of a defensive nature, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's not uncommon to find the need to defend yourself in prison is
No, sir, that's not uncommon.
not uncommon,
That's,
correct?
that is not uncommon.
It's not uncommon to find homemade toothbrushes with screws in prison, is it?
Of a similar description, I would say it's not uncommon.
You would agree with me, correct?
The principle of that, yes, sir.
The guards who came into the video, they weren't there in the beginning, were they?
Not in that particular area, again.
There were no state of Tennessee Department of Corrections officials there when all this started, correct?
Those individuals had testified to their specific locations.
You can't see them on the portion of the video that you decided to preserve, right?
That's right.
And just to be clear, did you view any other video angles after you picked this one?
This one showed the best view. This would have been the one.
Okay. So you did view evidence that you did not preserve, didn't you?
Other video angles that didn't show anything particular.
Did you view a video that showed Mr. Singleton, his full body before the fight started?
I don't recall whether or not, sir.
So you don't know what, from the video, what Austin saw, do you?
No, sir, that angle's not apparent.
And this, nothing happened from August the 29th of 2023 until you talked to Special Agent Tharp in September of 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And you made an entry on August the 30th of 2023 in what's called E. Thomas, correct?
Yes, sir.
In that description, you described the fight as an assault, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Warren, you have questions?
Real quick, Judge. Mr. Wilson, my name is Attorney Johnny Wayne Moore II. I represent Mrs. Brown. I want to ask you a couple of questions. If you can't hear me, ask me to speak up. If Captain Crick got it, that won't be a problem. But if you can't understand me, just ask me to rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
So, earlier on direct, you testified that you've been with GDOC how long?
It's been about 7.5 years.
7.5 years, and you still work for GDOC, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Great. And you were working for GDOC during this incident, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And who brought this to your attention?
It would have been the officers in the unit when they notified some control of the emergency in the unit.
Okay. Did it occur in the common scheme of how long it takes you to get to the prison and investigate? 'Cause I noticed that there's about a 7-day period that went on between the actual incident and the report date.
So typically, in that case, and as I said, they would have notified that, and I was at work that day. It depends on how long it takes us to investigate a matter and charge it. So that's another comment.
So, do you remember the day that this happened, the day in question it happened?
Yes,
What day was that?
I believe it was August 29th.
Okay. And then your report was on, sorry, the 30th, so there was a day in between, I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that just took you from, are you stationed at Northwest, or do you have to come in, or?
I am, and at the time I was as well.
Okay. And who all did you consult when you were, go through your investigation, what all did you do?
So at the time, I was the internal affairs corporal. There, I was not the actual Office of Investigations and Conduct investigator. My role was similar, but it was slightly different as well. Any investigations that I did were of a disciplinary nature. They typically did not involve referring anyone to prosecution. As far as the case of Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown, everything was plain as day on video, and that was enough for my purposes at the time to charge them with disciplinary.
Okay. Did you consult with other special agents?
I would have consulted with the investigator at the time, and the security threat group investigator as well.
Mr. Who?
The security threat group investigator,
Do you remember their name?
that's Tiffany Garr, yes.
Gar?
Garr, G-A-R-R.
Garr. Did you consult also with a Mr. Tharp?
That was later.
That was later. So like during the investigation this entire time, did you talk with Mr. Tharp?
Not during that, no, so Mr. Garr was not employed at the time.
So you said you watched some footage when you were investigating, is this right?
Yes.
How many hours of footage did you watch?
I observed the incident as we observed it here.
Okay, so how many other hours of footage?
Roughly 1 hour, I would say, just to get a bearing of when the incident occurred.
So in the video we just watched was 10 minutes long, correct?
Yes.
So did you preserve that other video?
No, sir, it didn't show anything relevant to my purposes at the time.
So you didn't preserve it?
Not that video, no, sir.
So we don't have the ability to see it today?
That's correct.
Okay. So you only preserved about 1/6 of the evidence that you actually reviewed?
Preserve the evidence that was sufficient for my purposes in charging with the disciplinary infraction.
Okay. And speaking of that, you charged them with assault, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. During your investigation, you didn't determine anybody tried to kill anybody, did you?
The charge is assault. There is no specific set charge for attempted murder as far as the disciplinaries go.
I mean, you didn't write it in your report or anything like that, anybody tried to attempt to kill anybody?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. You didn't hear anybody going threatening, I'm gonna kill you?
I did not.
You didn't hear any kind of statements or anything written on any kind of walls or anything from anybody else saying there was any kind of premeditation or threats, did you?
No, sir.
Did you talk to any inmates that have heard that?
No, sir.
Okay. I believe you testified that you didn't talk to any of the inmates in that video, correct?
It was not sufficient it was not necessary at the time for my purposes to charge him with the disciplinary.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the individuals that got charged?
No, sir.
Okay. So you didn't talk to my client, Ms. Brown?
If I did, I don't recall.
Okay. You didn't talk to Ms. Farmer's client, Mr. Drummond?
If I did, I don't recall, sir.
So that means you wouldn't recall any kind of threats of malice or premeditation or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you consult with the nurse before you entered your Thomas report?
Not to my recollection, sir.
You noticed that you said something about the preservation of weapons. Can you go over a little bit about how Northwest preserves weapons? Or what is seen to be a weapon, or what you classify to be a weapon?
So anything that's classified as a weapon is held in an evidence locker. Northwest has 2 sites, both sites have an evidence locker. Those are held there typically until any disciplinary infractions that may come about based on the inmate's possession of that weapon. Those are typically held there until that's resolved. Then those weapons and any other contraband are periodically disposed of by the disciplinary board sergeant and the administrative lieutenant.
Okay, so you didn't bring that weapon today?
No, sir.
Did you take a photo of that weapon during your investigation?
I did not, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
So you didn't bring the weapon, there's not a photo of the weapon. Is there anything that proves the weapon existed besides your testimony?
Any other proof would have to be offered by the state.
What's that?
Any other proof would have to be offered by other witnesses.
To your knowledge, are you aware of any other evidence that proves the existence of this weapon?
No, sir, aside from the video, no, sir.
You mentioned medical records. Did you review medical records during the investigation of this?
I would have reviewed just a summary of the medical records, yes, sir.
Okay. And in those medical records, did they indicate any kind of killing injuries, any kind of slashed arteries, arms cut off, anything like that?
I don't recall seeing anything of that specific nature, sir.
Now, when you, in your position, have you ever investigated other guards for having unauthorized weapons?
As far as staff
Yeah, as far as corporate COs and things of that nature?
of possessing unauthorized weapons?
Correct.
Not to my recollection, sir.
Okay. Have you heard about it occurring at all?
Aside from the occasional rumor, but nothing.
So it's not unheard of for guards to even have weapons here that are unauthorized?
Unauthorized, that's, again, is a rumor. I have never seen any evidence of that or proof, especially
Okay.
around.
I pass to redirect. Investigator Wilson, I believe Mr. Farmer asked you about Mr. Singleton possessing a weapon. Are you aware of that?
No, sir.
Did it ever come up in any of the investigation?
No, sir.
All right. And have you looked at your e-Thomas report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're familiar with it?
About that incident?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as it relates to this incident.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Farmer had asked you, and Mr. Warren did too, that you wrote up as an assault on inmate Singleton. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
She also put assault using homemade knives resulting in serious bodily injury and resulting in inmate Singleton requiring further treatment by outside medical providers. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
All right, so you can step down, so
Thanks, sir.
just wait to excuse.
If I could read.
We didn't get a,
Beg your pardon?
we didn't get a chance to recross it.
No, you didn't. Okay. Is this witness excused?
No, you're right.
Okay. You step down, sir. You're good to go.
Are we not allowed to recross?
I'll see you up here.
Yes, sir.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you state your name, please,
My name is Melissa Boyd,
and would you spell that, please?
MELISSABOID.
Okay. Ms. Ward, where do you work, ma'am?
I'm at Northwest Correctional,
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
6 years.
And what is your position there?
I'm a correctional officer,
Okay. What are the duties of a correctional officer? What do you do on a daily basis?
supervise inmates.
That pretty much it?
That's pretty much it, make sure that they're safe and healthy and secure.
Right. Now, when you say you supervise, is it in a pod, or what is it in? You call it a pod or a unit,
Yes.
or what do you call it?
We usually say pod.
Okay. And what is a unit?
It's the same thing, it can be unit, pod, or guild. On another side, on side two, they call them guilds.
Okay. All right, so on your side, it's called a pod. How many people are in a pod?
Up to 127.
Okay. And how many guards are in there?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're in there by yourself with 127 inmates?
Yes, mostly I do clerical work, mainly.
Okay. Is there another person that's in charge of supervising the inmates?
Yes, but each unit, each pod has an officer, and then I do the clerical work for for both those
Okay.
pods.
What type of work is that? Do you say clerical?
They're changing their phone numbers, making sure that they get their commissary stuff in, any kind of paperwork that deals with the inmates.
Okay. Are you also in charge of supervision as well?
Yes, yes,
So you do both?
I do both.
Okay. So is it safe to say that there are 2 correctional officers per pod?
No, there's one.
Still just you by yourself?
One, yes, there's one in the pod, and then, like I said, I do clerical, I roam around, I'm always making sure that they need paperwork done, if they need a clothing order done, or whatever. So I'm in and out.
So describe a pod to me. Is it 1 level, 2 levels?
2 levels.
Okay. And do you know Austin Drummond?
I do.
Okay. Do you remember if Austin Drummond was under your supervision and in your pod on August 29th, 2023?
Yes, he was in our pods.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Drummond in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify him, please?
He's the man with the gray jacket and the blue shirt.
North Record, show me identified.
All right, she has.
Okay, do you know Mr. Andre Brown?
I do.
And was Mr. Brown also under your supervision over the day of August 29th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Were they in the same pod?
Yes. Yes,
Okay. And do you see Mr. Brown in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point him out, please?
He is sitting in a blue shirt.
Okay. And what about Timothy Singleton? Did you know him?
He was in the pod also.
Okay. Was Mr. Singleton under your supervision on August 29th, 2023 also?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, do you remember an incident that took place?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me what happened that day?
I was, like I said, I go to help inmates get whatever they need. So I'm in and out of pods. So I came into a pod and there was a fight going on when I got in there.
Okay. Did you see the fight?
Yes.
Okay.
It was already, everything was already happening.
Okay. Who was involved in that incident?
It would be Drummond, Brown, and Singleton.
Mr. Drummond, Mr. Brown, and Mr. Singleton?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see happening? Was it a mutual fight, or did it look like one was attacking the other?
It seemed that Mr. Brown and Mr. Drummond were attacking Mr. Singleton.
Okay. And did you see Mr. Drummond with any type of weapon?
There was something you could tell he was like going but I could not tell what was in his hand.
Okay, you say going,
You know, like they were, he was striking Mr. Singleton, I don't know if I don't know if it was a block in the foot, I don't know what kind of weapon it was, but he was striking him with something.
was it a stabbing motion?
It was like this, but even if it was a lock, what we call lock and sock, it would still, they would be, you know,
Okay, did you recover a weapon?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Brown with any type of weapon?
I could not tell, really. He was going toward Mr. Singleton also, but I could not tell if he had anything in his hand.
Okay. Did you see anything that Mr. Singleton had any type of weapon?
I did not, because he was like fighting and swinging his, you know, like this. It did not seem that he had any kind of weapon.
Or his move, would you say his moves were more aggressive, Mr. Singleton, more aggressive or more defensive?
Defensive, he was trying to get away.
Did you give any commands to either Mr. Drummond or Mr. Brown?
I'm sure I yelled stop.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I'm sure I was screaming stop.
Okay. Did they stop?
No, not till I sprayed him.
Okay. Tell me about that. What did you do?
So I'm sure I would be able to stop or whatever, and so they continued, so I got my mace out, and I started to spray. And so that would get them back, you know, for a minute, and Singleton would run, then I would spray again to get them off of him, you know, and
Okay. So what were you doing at that time? Were you trying to, what was your intent of spraying the mace?
to get them away from him.
To get them away from Mr. Singleton?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time where you were successful and Mr. Singleton was finally alone and Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown were away from him?
Yeah, they would do it. I would spray and they would get away from him for a second, so Singleton would have a chance to run, and they would run after him and get him again, and I have to spray again.
Okay. So or you said once the fight was
Objection.
any complications like that, the safety of the inmates.
You did not conduct any eyewitness interviews, did you?
No, with that day,
Yes, ma'am.
no.
There were multiple other inmates present when the fight started, correct?
Yes,
You did not talk to any of those eyewitnesses, did you?
not that I can remember now.
You did not, there's a table in the middle of the unit, correct?
Yes,
You did not look under that table for the knife that Mr. Singleton had, did you?
not that I recall, no.
And you keep referring to this as a fight, correct?
Yes,
You work in a dangerous environment, correct?
yes,
It's dangerous for the inmates as well, correct?
yes,
It's not uncommon for there to be weapons in that environment, is it?
it is not.
Sometimes there are toothbrushes that have screws attached to them for defensive purposes, correct?
Correct.
Even scissors, correct?
I haven't seen any scissors, but anything that can be sharpened, it seems.
At the end of the fight, Mr. Singleton was on the ground, correct?
Yes,
Austin was standing right over him, was he not?
he was standing beside him
He,
at the end of it.
he smacked him in the leg, correct?
That, I don't know.
You don't remember?
I don't.
Mr. Singleton got up on his own, did he not?
I believe so, but I'm not sure. Because after the last spray, and that's when everybody started coming in, I wasn't as focused on what was happening.
You don't have any reason to believe that he had to be, that he was injured so badly that he had to be assisted out of the unit, do you?
I believe they assisted him out, but I'm not gonna, I'm not positive. Like I said, after everyone rushed into and like surrounded them, I hadn't actually had paper spray on me, so.
You make a statement on direct examination that you mentioned hammer fist, correct? Do you remember using that word?
I do not.
Well, the prosecutor was asking you about what was in the hands of the individuals involved in the fight. You remember that?
Yes,
And you said you weren't sure, correct?
correct,
And you said you didn't know if it was a knife or something else, right?
correct.
And what was the something else that you mentioned?
Like a lock in a sock, sort of a thing.
And you don't have the object in question with you today, do you?
No, sir.
You don't have a photograph of the object, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know where the object is, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know what led up to this fight, do you?
No, sir.
Do you remember there's an individual, another inmate in a blue shirt on the video, correct?
I suppose I didn't pay that close of attention, sorry.
You just,
But all the inmates are supposed to have blue shirts on, so, yeah.
there was an interaction between the individual with the blue shirt and Mr. Singleton, wasn't there?
That I don't remember.
You just haven't paid much attention, have you?
Well, it happens so fast.
Well, but you've seen, how many times again have you seen the video?
One time, and then once on Facebook, and the Facebook doesn't have it all on there, so.
I mean, I'm not trying to be critical, but is it fair to say you haven't paid that close attention to the video, have you?
No, I have not.
Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Warren? Finish.
Hey, Officer Board, my name is Johnny Warren. I represent Mr. Brown. Just to ask you a couple questions, okay?
Okay.
Try to keep it brief. So you testified on direct that you couldn't tell what was in my client, Mr. Brown's hands, could you?
No,
You
sir.
couldn't tell if they were empty or full.
No, sir.
Okay. And then you also testified that you testified that Mr. Singleton got up on his own will and walked out?
I said, at the very end,
Yes, ma'am.
I said, I don't do tilt-out or not. At that point, he was surrounded by other staff members.
Okay. And I believe in your report, you kind of detailed this event briefly, didn't you?
How? To me?
We've seen a copy of your report, refresh your memory?
I
Is that what you
suppose.
wrote?
What are you asking? What, like, when he got sprayed, then he got away and then he moved somewhere else? Is that what
Essentially, I'm asking you if you remember the layouts of the officers versus the inmates and where you were and what they were doing and who let who out.
Yes.
You do remember?
I remember when I came in,
Okay.
they were fighting over to the right side.
So do you remember the officers, after this fight happened, right? It was a fight, so it's not like somebody was laying in wait or something like that to attack somebody or anything, was there?
Everything was already going on with it, that's when I got it.
So, and after it was over, essentially the officers had detained Brown, Mr. Drummond, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they all came in and that, when they surrendered them and,
And then that time, you actually went and go get a towel to go give to Mr. Singleton, right?
so that I do not remember.
Would see a copy of your report, refresh your memory?
Yes, yes.
Reference.
I suppose I did. That's what I wrote, because that was the day?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, let's return his file to
Yes, ma'am. So just to recap, the officers had detained Mr. Brown and Mr. Drummond, and Mr. Singleton was sitting there and you went to go get him a towel.
Mhm.
Do you remember why you went to go get him a towel?
There was blood.
Okay, just to wipe himself off?
There was blood, and I can't even remember where the blood was coming from, I just know there was blood involved.
All right, but you didn't call 911, or you didn't get gauze, or get a stretcher, or anything like that?
They called a medical emergency, I did not, but yes, they called a medical emergency when they came in.
Okay, you didn't write here that you were running to get a towel to stop the bleeding or anything, you just said you went away to get a towel.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. You said something about being a supervisor. Are you a supervisor of just inmates or also correctional officers?
Just inmates.
Just inmates? Now, how long have you worked for GDOC?
Around 6 years,
6 years?
yes,
And in those 6 years, fair to say, you've seen your fair share of fights, correct?
yes,
They happen all the time.
yes,
Okay. So this wasn't out of the blue or anything like that?
no,
Okay. And would you describe this as an avid fight?
yes, from what I've seen other fights, yes.
Thank you.
Is you ready, Mr. Cook?
Yes. Mr. Moore, I just want to follow up with a few questions. One of the things that Mr. Farmer asked you was, did you recover a knife from, that Mr. Singleton had? And you said, no, you didn't, is that
No.
right?
No,
Okay. Is that because he didn't have a knife?
I don't remember seeing him have anything, because he was like running,
Okay.
but I did not see one.
Okay. So, if you didn't have one, you couldn't recover, is that logic?
Correct.
Okay. Is it your job to collect evidence? Or is that,
No.
who does that job?
It is usually a supervisor, which I'm not a supervisor.
Okay. So you were asked by Mr. Farmer, did you keep the knife or did you keep any other evidence? It's not actually your job then, is it?
No, no. Because they, a lot of times the IA comes in and takes pictures, those kind of things.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I mean, unless they're actively trying to stab somebody we can grab, to get away from someone, but it's just,
So do you do it to preserve the scene or do you do it for other reasons or
yeah, I mean, we just don't, I'm the supervisors.
you just don't touch them?
Right. And you need to have gloves, and I have no gloves on the time.
Okay. All right. Mr. Farmer also asked you, did you know what the fight was about? I think you said you didn't know.
I
is
did
that
not
right?
know.
Did any of the inmates, or either Mr. Drummond or Mr. Brown or Mr. Singleton approach you and say anything about being afraid of another inmate?
May we approach them?
May.
me ask you a question again. I guess I forgot a little bit. Did either Mr. Drummond, Mr. Brown, or Mr. Singleton come to you that day and tell you they were afraid of another inmate?
No,
Okay. You said that you went to get a towel for Mr. Singleton, and what was the purpose of that again?
I wrote it on the statement, and that happened that day, so I'm sure I did. I don't remember doing it, but I'm sure it was because he had blood. There was blood involved.
Who did?
Mr. Singleton.
Mr. Singleton. And Mr. Drummond had blood that you saw?
He took off to his cell so not that I could tell.
Okay. What about Mr. Brown? Did you
But
see?
he took off too, so not that I could see.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Warren asked you if you'd ever seen a fight in your 6 years. And have you?
Yes.
Are there different degrees of fights?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. What would you classify this one as far as degrees? Was it minor? Was it major?
Well, 2-on-1 is pretty, it's pretty major, there were weapons, like I said, I didn't see what, but it's, you see 1-on-1, but there's 2-on-1, that's pretty major.
So what's the difference, 1-on-1, 2-on-1?
Well, finding chance for, there's just one person on one person compared to two people.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you, 2-0 was what I thought you
No,
said.
like two on one person, it's,
Okay.
a little more
So,
extreme.
more of a major incident.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Farmer, would you like to recross?
Very, very briefly. Just so I understand, it was somebody else's job to collect the physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
Not yours? And you can't speak for what somebody else may not have done his or her job?
Cannot.
And you stated Mr. Drummond never specifically told you that he was afraid, correct?
No,
He never told you that he wasn't, did he?
no.
And again, it's a dangerous place, right?
It is.
One point, two questions.
One or two, Your Honor.
No, 1.2.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Boyd, I asked you to characterize this fight on my cross, and you said an average fight, and then General Goodman asked you, and you said a major incident. Are they both true? It sounds like to me they both can't be true, so which one is it?
I would say it was a major incident.
It's a major incident?
Yes.
So when you said it was an average incident, did you misunderstand the question?
I must have, yes.
Okay. Kind of, or did you just, okay, I just want to clear that up. So like I said before, you didn't think anybody was trying to kill anybody by looking at it, did you?
Well, there were 2-on-1, yes, actually.
You've seen that in the past though, haven't you?
We have seen it in the past, and that's usually what is occurring. They're trying
Do
to.
people end up dead often? I mean, you said that these fights happen every single week. Is there dead bodies just coming out of Northwest?
Yes. I don't believe I said every single week.
No, I mean, you said, I'm assuming these things, the fights happen every week, correct?
They do.
Okay, and there's not just dead bodies coming out of Northwest every
No,
week,
sir, we
right?
have staff that call emergency and we all run it. And
No
so-
further questions.
I'm sorry, next time you let her finish her answer before
I
you
apologize.
declare that you're finished. Anything else from the state on Ms. Boyd? Okay, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. I'm going to couple of hours here. I think what we'll do, officer, we'll let the jury first, everybody else can remain in the courtroom. So we'll have about 10, 15-minute break if y'all not finished. All rise. I remember so much.
checking.
All right, we'll be in next time.
Good, good, how are you, sir? I'll be right back.
Y'all let him go in the courtroom?
No, I try not to, Judge.
I'm against it.
We'll keep it like they were, and let the troopers walk outside for a minute, because they're all cold. They're all sitting there. You got hammer and women. So I'm just gonna, we're just gonna keep them separated, so these guys.
She had it, I think we had a couple. They know a little bit, but they're not following it. Yeah.
Was that over two? What is that?
It's better than sending bills all of them.
They said they're
Get paid and fight this.
6 more. So we won't pick back up, so we'll know where they're
Glad to see you. Thank you.
I'll check you out later.
Hey.
Y'all have fun?
Absolutely, have
Right, yeah.
You can stay with us?
Conversation once, I'm gonna have to.
They should be sequestered. Yeah, we need it, don't do, put it on ex parte.
Yeah, okay. I'll take care of it. Thank you so much. It's much better. Okay. It's on. Thanks. I'll call you back over. Don't need me?
No, sir. Do you
I'm
want
good.
you want us to bring another bottle of water before we start back?
Nah, I think I'm okay. I'm gonna slip up and go to the restroom.
Just- No, I sat down and rolled it back. I sat down and rolled the live stream back.
Which end?
It's gonna be the number 7 front row. Which is straight in
Your wife called you to tell you that? Who told you that?
I did, Your Honor. I rolled it back.
My wife was just on telling me about the audio, something that recently. I'm fixing to take care of it. I'll give them one more shot to get it right over.
Man.
We'll take the pictures. We'll take your cameras. Well,
Yes, Your Honor.
no. Thank you. that means it's being extreme somewhere. My wife's watching.
Yes, sir.
Events and
When I noticed, when the first was to the stand, the camera painted really far west. And that's when I walked around and sat here, where I can kind of watch and I'll see all of that live.
Now I feel like they're not
I was like, it's just here forward for maybe.
Andrew.
Is there anything we can do to, if they got a little closer to the rail, would it be better?
I would rather have him move that camera to
Yeah,
this
that's
front
what I
corner.
want. Yeah.
And then. His mom is speak out. Just to make sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna let this lawyer handle that for a time. I know she was working on it. But, you know, thank
Yes, sir.
Have some of yours on for me,
Thank you. Gentleman and scholar.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, I said, I knew I recognized it.
I'm mad at you.
Yeah, don't do that.
Not cool as cool as my typical was.
Yeah, sometimes I do, you know, sometimes it's
Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay?
You just don't need to be talking, the jury doesn't hear, nobody. Say the videographer would be. I'll play a little video.
I don't ride horses. No, I walk my dog every day. She does it.
What you got?
You walk her?
I was.
I know a little bit about them. I mean, rodeo.
Sir, the judge would like to see.
Judge State is gonna call Brandon Walker. Yes, sir, Brandon Walker.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
State your name.
Brandon Walker,
Can you spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
WATWOOD,
And Mr. Walker, where do you work?
Tennessee Department of Correction.
Okay, what do you do for them?
Currently, I work in Nashville as a correctional captain.
Okay. And how long have you worked with the Department of Corrections?
In total, 18 years.
And at some point, did you work at Northwest?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what'd you do at Northwest?
I was a warden
All right, when were you the warden at Northwest?
from June of 23 until 1st of April 25.
And what does the warden do?
Oversee daily operations.
Do you do?
Basically responsible for everything.
All right, are you in charge of? Then we got the bosses in Nashville or in headquarters, but at that facility, you're the top.
Yes,
All right. And while you were warden, was Mr. Drummond and Mr. Brown inmates at that facility?
yes, sir.
Okay. And did you give them the express written consent to possess any weapons while they were there?
No, sir.
Okay. Is a weapon contraband in a prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many inmates did you supervise at Northwest?
Between the three sites, I think there was about 1,800.
Okay. And they were under custodial supervision?
Yes, sir.
And Northwest, is it located in Lake County, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Warden.
Good afternoon.
Whitewood, former warden.
Yes, sir.
My name is Drew Farmer, I represent Austin. You and I haven't met before, correct?
No, sir.
We've never talked before, correct?
No, sir.
You've been here all day, right?
Yes, sir.
You've been in the same room with other witnesses, right?
Yes, sir.
You haven't talked about your testimony, have you?
No, sir.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
How long were you the warden?
Approximately 21, 22 months.
And you were, as General Hayes said, you were the man in charge, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was your duty to find out what happened, correct?
My duty to find out the results of what the investigation was.
You can't speak to the thoroughness of that investigation, you can't.
No, sir.
You don't know what happened to the to the objects in question, do you?
No, sir.
The prison Northwest Correctional Complex is a dangerous place.
All prisons are dangerous.
All prisons are dangerous, right?
Yes,
It wasn't uncommon for there to be objects that were possessed for defensive purposes in prison, was it?
no,
Happened frequently, did it not?
yes,
Even some of the employees of the prison felt it necessary to possess such objects, correct?
that's my knowledge.
You're not familiar with any employee of Northwest Correctional Complex who believed it was necessary to possess their own weapon, personal knife,
No,
but you can't say they didn't, right?
no,
You're only here to testify about the possession of the object in question, correct?
to my knowledge, yes.
You don't have anything to say about the incident in question, correct?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Warden, what is it, still Warden, or is it officer, or what's your proper title?
Captain.
Captain, sorry, Captain. My name is Johnny Warren, I represent Mr. Brown. Just want to ask you a couple questions. Now, what are the different types of contrabands in prison and TDOC facilities? There's two types, right? Drugs and weapons.
There's a lot more time today.
Okay. Well, cell phones, things of that nature, alcohol, things, stuff like that. But the main ones are drugs and weapons, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when y'all retrieve drugs, where do you send them to?
I'm not part of the purview.
You don't know where the drugs go?
That's part of the investigative process.
Have you been part of a prosecution for contraband and penal facility that include narcotics?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware where weapons are stored at before they're prosecuted in a court of law?
They're stored at facilities just used for legal reasons.
That's a
And safe.
Northwest facility?
Any facility I've been to.
I can't hear you.
At any facility I've been to, they're stored in a safe until needed for decoy. This is very here.
Okay. So, do y'all not have any policies in place that would say, hold on to this in case we need to prosecute it later on down the road?
There's a policy about the destruction of contraband, but I'm off the top of my head, doesn't know what the policy is.
Okay, so you don't know any kind of policies for TDOC about preserving evidence?
Not for investigative purposes, no.
Thank you.
Cool.
He'll follow up. All right, so you're very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you're sorry.
Alexis Moore.
What was the name, Joe?
Alexis Moore.
More?
Yes, sir.
Alexis.
spell it, please?
Alexus, last name Moore, Moore.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Where do you work,
Northwest Correctional Complex,
and how long have you been there?
8.5,
And what is your position?
a correctional unit manager.
Tell me what a unit manager does.
A unit manager oversees how the units, make sure that all the inmates have all the sanitation, keep up with sanitation, make sure sanitation is there. Also, I oversee sergeant, corporal, in the units as well. And then we do daily inspection.
Okay. How many inmates are in the unit?
At Site 1, we can have up to 128.
Okay. And do you know Austin Drummond?
I know him when he was in the bar. Yes, sir.
You knew him when he was at Northwest Correctional Complex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Andre Brand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about Timothy Singleton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they all in the same pod?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that one of the units that you managed?
Yes, sir. At the time when that incident occurred.
Okay. All right. So that's what I want to ask you about. Were you working on August 29th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember an incident that took place inside your unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me about that?
Okay, so I oversee 4 units at the time, and the officer was corporal that was working that unit called a code, and he said we have a fight.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Hearsay.
They said we have a fight, House Unit 10, weapons are involved. I immediately got up, ran into the unit. When I ran into the unit, I seen inmate Timothy Singleton lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Also, I seen inmate Austin Drummond. When I seen him with the weapon, I said immediately give me the weapon. He gave me the weapon. I gave the weapon to Corporal Taylor, which was the corporal in the pod that day. And I said, hold this weapon because the weapon had blood on it and I had no gloves on whatsoever. So after that, I immediately gave the weapon to him and I started locking down the door, locking the inmates in the cell.
Okay. Can you tell me what the weapon looked like?
I know it was a knife.
Okay. Do you remember how big it was?
No, sir.
Okay. But when you say it was a knife, is it a knife like you'd buy at a store, or what was it?
It was a homemade knife.
Okay. And is that common to see a homemade knife in a prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Drummond make any other statement to you?
No, sir.
So he just handed the knife to you?
Yes, sir.
And went to his cell?
Yes, well, no, he didn't go to his cell yet. But when everybody else responded, he did. Because like I said, I started locking doors, so I hadn't got to his door yet.
Okay. When you got to his door, was he inside his cell?
Yes, sir.
And was anyone else in there with him?
No, sir.
Did you see any injuries on Mr. Drummond?
No, sir.
Did you see any injuries on Mr. Brown?
No, sir.
Did you see injuries on Mr. Singleton?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what you saw on Mr. Singleton?
Like I seen a couple cuts. He had a couple cuts like on his head and his back.
Okay. Was there much blood?
It was like a puddle. Yeah.
Puddle of blood? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Drew Farmer. I represent Austin.
Yes, sir.
You and I have never met before, correct?
No, sir.
We've never talked before.
No, sir.
Have you been in the courthouse all day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been sitting in a room with other potential witnesses in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed what you're going to say
No, sir.
with any of them?
No, sir.
Thank you. You gave the object in question to Mr. Taylor, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have no idea what happened after that, correct? With that object, do you?
That object, he took that object, we gave it to Ship RC at the time, and Ship RC,
Who? I'm
to
sorry.
Ship RC, that's the captain. The captain that was running the ship. So to my knowledge, they took it, and I suppose they gave it to the OIC, that's internal affairs.
You don't know.
No. But the object was handed over.
You never saw it again.
No, sir.
And you described the incident as a fight, correct?
Yes, sir. A fight with weapons. Weapons involved.
You didn't stay around in the unit after Austin was back in his cell, correct?
No, sir, because we had to go to the vet, and I made sure that the OIC got the weapon, and then I went to the clinic to check on Mr. Singleton.
Mr. Singleton did not have to be picked up and moved from where he was to the clinic, did he?
It's been so long ago, to my knowledge, I think he walked to the clinic.
You do not know what led to this fight, did you?
No, sir. No, sir.
You did not investigate what led to this fight, did you?
No, sir.
You did not, have you watched the video of the fight?
I did
How many times?
once.
Once in the past 3 years?
Yes, sir. The day after it happened.
Do you remember there being multiple other inmates who were present at the location of the fight
Yes, sir. Yes,
prior to the fight occurring?
yes, sir.
You didn't talk to any of those eyewitnesses about what led up to the fight, did you?
No, sir.
And you haven't done that in the prior 3 years, have you?
No, sir.
And do you remember in the video, there's a kitchen, there's a table in the middle of the unit, correct?
Correct.
You never looked under that table, did you?
No, sir.
How many cells are in the unit again?
128. Well, 64 cells. It's 64 cells, but we can have 128 inmates in the unit.
Okay. So 64 doors,
Yes, sir.
and at times those doors are supposed to be secure, correct?
Correct.
They can be tampered with, correct?
Correct.
You're aware of incidents occurring where inmates have manipulated the doors so that they can be opened when they're supposed to be secure, correct?
No, sir, because I have not physically seen anybody tamper with no door.
But you're aware that it can happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that you entered the unit, the fight was pretty much over, correct?
Correct,
Singleton was still on the floor, correct?
correct.
You remember Austin standing over Singleton or next to Singleton at the very end, right?
He was not standing there, he was running.
He was already on his way out.
He was running around the body. Yes, sir.
Austin didn't give you any problem handing you over, whatever.
No, sir.
Yeah. No further questions. Mr. Moore?
Good afternoon, Ms. Moore. My name is Johnny Warren. I represent Mr. Brown in this matter. I want to ask you some questions. If you can't hear me after you speak up, and if you don't understand, just ask me to rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
You said that you were a unit manager during this time,
Yes, sir.
and you said as a unit manager, you supervise COs and sergeants and stuff like that.
Correct.
So who are your bosses?
My bosses will be the wardens.
So,
They ain't doing it in the wardens.
so you're second in command.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you testify in a lot of these cases?
No, sir. It's my first one.
Is your first case you've ever testified
Yes,
in?
sir.
First one in 8.5 years.
Yes, sir.
You testified that you told you ran into the pod and you said, hold this weapon. Is that right? Because it was covered in blood?
No, first I told him to give me the weapon. Inmate Austin Drummond, he gave me the weapon. I gave it to Corporal Taylor. When I gave it to Corporal Taylor held on to the weapon. And I immediately went up and started locking the doors to get everybody else in the cells.
Okay. So why did you give what you perceived to be a weapon to Corporal Taylor?
Because it had blood on it, I didn't have no gloves, and he had gloves on, so I told him to hold it for a second.
Was that more of a fingerprint thing or not wanting to contract a disease thing or
Yes.
both or what?
Contracted disease, because I don't know what he had.
Okay. Do you know of any protocols that, how y'all store those potentially homemade knives?
Yes, sir. Normally we'll do a chain possession. So we have chain possession forms, and you do chain possession. Once you do chain possession, you will release it, and then whoever you give it to, they'll receive it.
Okay. And then, these chain of possession forms, they were in place during this time?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if one of those was filled out for this incident?
To my knowledge, it was.
Have you seen this form?
I have not seen the knife in the chain possession, no, sir.
Did you make a form or anything?
The ship I'll see
You didn't know?
no, sir.
Did you see the form the shift officer made?
Yes, sir. He did one.
Who's the shift officer?
I can't remember. It's been so long ago. I can't remember who the ship I'll see the captain was for that ship.
What's the captain?
It was a captain. I can't remember the name. I can't recall which captain was on the ship. We have so many captains working.
That's right. And then when you ran in, do you remember, did you take any photos of this alleged knife?
No, sir. We don't have phones.
Nobody has phones back
You
there.
no, we don't have phones.
But they have got phones at the clinic though, right? Y'all took pictures at the clinic.
The clinic did an AIT. The clinic don't have phones either.
So the clinic has a camera?
The clinic, they supposed to have a camera, but the ship I'll see, the captain would have been the one taking the picture.
I mean, I believe
Or
you
the
testified.
warden.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
The captain or the warden is the one to have phones.
Okay. So, do you remember seeing captains back there?
Yes, sir.
So there were captains back there with phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but there was no pictures taken?
I can't, to my knowledge, I can't tell you if they took a picture or not. It happened so fast.
But they had phones, right?
Yes,
Those phones had the ability to take pictures, correct?
correct.
All right. And to your knowledge, they didn't take any pictures?
I can't tell you if they did or didn't.
And you said that, to your knowledge, that, Mr. Singleton walked to the clinic, correct?
Correct.
Didn't have to be carried,
To
He
my
made it.
knowledge, he walked.
so he made it on his own volition?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't bleeding out?
He was bleeding.
I mean, he wasn't unconscious or anything?
Not on me.
Okay. And it wasn't anything that, did he look like he was on the verge of death or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Officer Moore, are you an investigator at the prison?
No, sir.
Is it a part of your duties to collect evidence and interview inmates?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I think we'll stop with that, what do you think? On that, without a recross, what do you think?
I agree, man.
Okay, thank you very much, man. You excuse me for those, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, next, please.
This state calls James Sansom. Sansom.
Sandstone.
I'm sorry. William Sansom. I misspoke.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
State your name,
William Sansom,
and will you spell your last name, please?
Sansom,
And Mr. Sansom, where do you work?
Northwest.
Okay, what do you do there?
I'm in maintenance,
All right, how long you been at Northwest?
3.5 years.
I remember you working there in 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything different at Northwest back then?
I did security about 9 months.
About 9 months? Were you doing security on August 29th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you assigned to a particular unit?
I was, well, I worked 4 or 5, but mostly 9 or 10, but the day in question, I was in unit 9.
Okay. Did you go to Unit 10?
I went out there to talk to Corporal Taylor, and I was looking through the glass, saw something going on.
Okay. At that point, had you heard a radio call or anything about it?
No, sir.
Okay, so what'd you do next?
I just saw that like 2 guys had the guy down, and he was standing there, and I told Corporal Taylor, he was my superior, said, look like that guy standing there, guy.
Okay, did you go in the unit?
I did.
All right. Did you try to break up the fight?
I did not.
Okay. How close did you get?
Probably from here to you.
Me, where I'm standing
Yes,
right now? Okay. Were you able to see the individuals that were involved?
I saw him, but I didn't know who he was.
You didn't know any of them?
I didn't. I hadn't been there long at that time.
Okay. Do you see them in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you identify an article of clothing that the person's
I
wearing?
would say that day I thought he had a striped shirt on.
What are they wearing today?
He got a gray looking suit and a tie.
Okay. Did you see the other individual?
I did not know the other one.
Okay. And the gentleman in the gray suit today, did you see anything on this person or in his possession on August 29th?
Just, I remember seeing it look like a stabbing motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sampson.
Good afternoon, sir. My
Yes.
name is Drew Farmer. I represent Austin Drummond. You and I have never discussed this case, have we? No, sir. We've never met before, have we? No, sir. And your testimony is that you did not get any closer than you are to me right now, correct?
That's close. I just saw him through the glass
Okay.
first, and
You never touched anything?
no,
You never got up close and
No, sir.
inspected anything, correct?
no, sir.
You've never watched the video of the fire, have you?
I have seen the video.
Is that all you know about this case?
That's it.
Did you have any kind of body camera?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any questions, Mr. Warren?
Just a couple. Mr. Jackson, my name's Johnny Warren. I represent Mr. Brown. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. If you can't hear me, ask me to speak up. If you don't understand, just ask me to rephrase, okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You said you were working in maintenance there, is that right?
I am now.
Were you a maintenance man at the time?
No, sir.
What were you doing at the
I
time?
was security. I had been there very long at that time.
Were you just a CO or?
Yes, sir.
And as a CO, were you allowed to have a cell phone?
No, sir.
No. But were there only certain individuals that were allowed to have cell phones?
I guess security, staff, our staff members.
Okay, did you see anybody back there with cell phones?
I did not.
Okay. And did you see any sergeants back there?
Just Miss Boyd and Cole Taylor.
Okay. And what's Miss Boyd's title?
Well, she's keyboard member now.
Okay.
At the time, she was probably just CEO, I'm guessing.
Okay. Was she,
I said I hadn't been there long then.
okay. Do you know if were there any sergeants back there?
We had one in our unit, but I don't think he was in that pod that day.
Okay.
Sergeant Milligan.
Okay. Are sergeants authorized to have cell phones?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm not gonna say for sure.
Okay. What about captains?
Yes, sir.
Were there any captains in that pod?
I didn't see any captains when I was there.
You ever seen a captain man?
Not personally, no.
Would seeing a copy
I
of
might left before that.
would seeing a copy of your statement refresh your memory about what happened that day?
But yeah, if he was in there, I would know him, Captain Man.
You could just read that and then hand it back to the officer.
See, that's been a while back. I don't remember right now Captain Man or Cravens.
Yes, sir. But
Now, I probably remember that day, but
is this fairly accurate?
yeah, that's pretty well everything I saw that day.
So Captain Man was back there,
I'm sure he was if I put that in a statement.
and then captains have the ability to have, or authorize to have cell phones?
There are some that do have them.
Okay, so more than likely there was a cell phone back in pod 10, correct?
Maybe, I don't
I
know.
mean, it's fair to say that, right?
I couldn't answer that.
Okay. How long were you a security guard before you went to maintenance?
About 9 months,
Okay.
10 months.
Were you involved in any other criminal cases during that 9 months?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
No redirect. William, you excuse, free to go, sir.
Appreciate it.
All right, next witness.
Timothy Singleton. Do you know Austin Drummond?
Yes.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I know who he is. I didn't know his real name, but I know who he
Okay.
is.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
No, I can't say I do. It's been a while, it's, since 2003, since I seen people change.
Okay. All right. What about Andre Bryant?
Yes, I know him as well.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, could you point him out, please?
Sure is.
Okay. All right. And were you previously housed at Northwest Correctional Complex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you there? Do you remember?
If I'm not mistaken, from 2019 to 2020.
Okay. And were you there on August 29th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the same pod as Austin Drummond and Andre Brown?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, did you know what Mr. Drummond looked like and who he was?
I didn't so much know him, but I knew exactly what he looked like.
You knew who he was?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall an incident that took place on August 3rd of, August 29th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Singleton, have you seen this video before?
No, not since you showed me the other day.
When I made a visit and talked to you, did you see the video on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And is this video an accurate depiction of what happened on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this video, there are several people around. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know where you are?
Should be able to follow me to the back window.
Okay. And is that on the left or the right?
From where I'm sitting, it'd be on my left.
Be on your left. Okay. I don't know if can you see that arrow I'm moving?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you?
There should be me on the phone right there.
But that was my next question, what you were doing.
I was on the phone talking about this.
Okay. Did you have any problems with anyone that day?
No, sir.
Any arguments? Anybody threatened you or you threatened anybody that day?
No, sir.
Okay. So you're just on the phone talking to your fiance?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to start this video and then I'm going to stop it in a minute, okay? If you would just watch it. Okay. We'll stop it right here. I tried to. Okay, right there. There's an individual in a blue shirt. Do you see him?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that guy?
I can't remember his name, but yeah.
Did you know him at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he walked over to you at that point. Did he say anything to you or did he give you anything?
No, he didn't give me anything. I gave him a piece of paper and a pencil. He didn't ask me for it. So.
Okay. He asked you for a piece of
Yeah,
paper?
piece of paper, pencil, whatever they're writing down, leave it to write down. I told him to be a second, and before I got off the phone, I handed it to him.
Okay, so you gave him that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have anything else in your possession?
No, sir, not that.
Did you have anything unlawful or illegal to have in prison in your possession?
No, sir.
Did you have a weapon?
No, sir.
All right, well, let this play again. Okay, that gentleman walked back away, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you stay on the top level or the bottom level?
I stayed on the top.
Top level? Okay. All right. Can you still see this arrow that I've got here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see this individual's here?
No, sir, not really.
Okay. If you watch that spot, can you just keep an eye on that area? And I'm gonna let the video play if you can do that, okay? And do you see a second individual closely behind that one?
Yes.
Okay. that's close to you?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's the AD.
Who?
AD.
AD?
Yeah, that's all I knew, but I didn't know his last name until they put it on my,
When you say AD, are you referring to Austin Drummond?
yes,
Okay. There is another individual coming down the stairs here. Can you see that individual?
yes, sir.
Do you know who that was?
At the time I didn't, but when after I seen the video, it was, like on my twin, so.
Okay, what, is that Mr. Brown?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you're still just talking on the phone right there, is that right?
yes, sir.
Were you afraid of anything at that point?
People get a sixth sense, so I felt something out of pocket. I was just telling my wife that I love her if something happens, just know that.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna let the video play. And once again, did you have any weapons out at that point, or?
No, sir, I had none at all.
Okay. Okay, at this point, what did you think was happening?
They were trying to kill me. I mean, that's what it was. And total honesty, after the first strike from Mr. Drummond,
Did he have anything in his hand?
he raised it. I didn't particularly see it until I felt it.
My next question, did you feel something?
Yes, sir.
What did you feel?
I felt me and myself being stuck multiple times in the face, head, back, chest, side.
Okay. We'll let it play. Now, I see you swinging. Why are you swinging at that point? Did you have a knife in your hand?
Fighting for my life.
Fight for your life. Okay. At that point, it looks like the fight has stopped. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. What were you trying to do at that point?
I was just trying to get away, and I was bleeding from the face, trying to catch my composure.
Okay. We'll let it play. Okay. Is that you backing up?
Yes.
Are you trying to get away from
Yeah,
him?
I'm trying to back up on this.
Okay. And is this Mr. Drummond?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing at that point?
He's approaching me again with the knife.
Okay. Were you afraid at that point?
Yes, sir. It's bleeding profusely, so yes, sir.
And what does he do there?
He's still trying to stab me at that point.
Did he just tap you on the leg? Right
No,
there?
actually, I
He's
think he was just trying to stab me, but I was kicking him with my legs, so he was just, I guess, fending it off. But I had no stab into my legs, so it was just a defense, you know.
Okay. All right. And there, Mr. Brown, did he come back for another attack, or what was he doing?
I'm not for certain. I mean, to be quite honest, at that point, I didn't really know how many people it was. I blacked out after I got stabbed the first time.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, do you know what this is on the floor?
Yeah, that's my blood. It was coming from my face.
Okay. What about over here on the floor?
Probably my blood also.
Okay. Okay. At this point, did you receive medical treatment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you get that treatment?
They called a code. They walked me to the infirmary.
Okay. Were you able to walk on your own to the infirmary?
Yes.
Do you remember much about that?
Simple as just really getting to the infirmary and taking pictures and leaving the hospital. After that, after the medicine, I was really incoherent when I was in the infirmary after that.
Okay. And you answered this, but I'm going to ask you again. I know this may sound like a silly question, but Were you afraid for your life?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the reason that you were attacked that day?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Has you ever had any disagreement with Mr. Drummond?
No, I wouldn't say a disagreement. I helped some gentlemen out with some clothes and colors, but I wouldn't call it a disagreement. I didn't think so.
Okay. What about Mr. Brown?
I've never had a problem with Mr. Brown.
Never had any issues before?
Nah, we've always been upstanding people together.
Was this a shock to you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you have any injuries as a result of that attack?
Yeah, laceration in my face, cut through my whole face, stick your hand through my jaw into the inside of my mouth.
Let me ask you about that and go through some of those with you. How many times total were you stabbed?
17 times.
17 times you were stabbed? Okay. I'm going to hand you a picture and ask if you can identify it. That's Mr. Singleton, can you identify that picture?
Yeah, that's me confirming that, stabbed in the face.
Is that the day that it happened?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me about what kind of injuries that you see there? You can have the picture if you need it.
Right there, that's the injury to my face, where the laceration in my face.
Yes, sir.
Outside the jaw to the inside. And you really can't see the other little lacerations on my body, on my head at the time.
I'm going to show you some others in a minute. Tell me about the one on your face.
The one on the face is a small laceration. Like I said, it was deep to where they had to put stitches on the inside and staple on the outside. But I just stick the two fingers in and touch my tongue.
You can see your fingers all the way through your jaw?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you stabbed anywhere else on the face or head?
On top of my head, and nowhere else on the face, but on top of my head.
How many times were you stabbed on top of the head?
Just once.
Okay.
The rest were on my back and side and hand.
All right. Would you make that an exhibit for your testimony, please? Would you hand that for me? Whoever would like to make that an exhibit.
No, Jeff. And then you read it as exhibit 2.
Second, I'm going to ask you to look at that picture and identify it also.
That's the same day, stabbed on the side.
Okay. And do you remember how many injuries you had on the side?
I think that is the only one on that side,
Okay.
but you can see the one up in front of my chest.
Okay. How many did you have in the front?
I think there was two in the front, if I'm not mistaken. That one and the one on the other side.
2 in the front?
Two in the front, the rest were in the back, the side of the head.
Okay. So the head, the jaw, 2 in the front, 1 on the side.
The rest of the back.
All right. Your Honor, we can make that an exhibit as well.
Should be admitted as exhibit 4.
Okay.
Excuse me, that's exhibit 3. I cannot count. I wonder if that's a sign of old age. I had already written it. I knew it was coming. Go ahead.
Mr. Singleton, I have one more picture for you. You identify that picture as well.
Yeah, that's the cuts on the top of my back.
Okay. And how many times do you think you were stabbed in the back?
It was multiple times. I couldn't really count. I know they put a lot of staples in it when I was in the hospital.
How many staples did you receive overall in stitches?
Overall, maybe about 35, 40 staples. Most of the stitches were inside and outside.
Stitches were inside your mouth and the rest were staples?
Yeah. Okay, stitching inside and then stitching outside. Okay, escape the others.
Your Honor, make that an exhibit also.
All right, I'm almost certain this will be exhibit 4.
Mr. Singleton, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
What happened when you got there?
They assessed the problem and went to work on it. trying to stop the bleeding, and some pain, and stay with me, so, sitting back.
How much were you bleeding?
I lost a lot of blood. I had, 3 times full of blood on the way to the hospital. And I was trying to get back to the hospital. Okay.
Were you in much pain when this happened?
Yes, sir.
1 to 10, how much pain?
7th of 2020, was convicted of attempted aggravated robbery in case number 2019 C 2132 in Davidson County Circuit Court, correct?
That's correct.
And you are the same Timothy Richard Singleton, who on February the 25th of 2021 was convicted in case number 2020 C 1393 of aggravated burglary in Davidson County Circuit Court, correct?
That's correct.
And you are the same Timothy Richard Singleton, who on the same day, February the 25th of 2021, was convicted in Davidson County Circuit Court in separate case number 2020 D 1980 of aggravated burglary, correct?
That's correct.
And you are here today telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that that this whole incident started with you just innocently standing there talking on the phone, correct?
As far as I know, sir, only thing besides me standing there talking on the phone, when I helped gentlemen out with some shirts, covers, and t-shirts. Shorts, covers, and t-shirts.
You were just doing an altruistic thing.
I was helping some people that I knew that needed some clothes and covers.
Out of the kindness of your heart, correct?
Yes.
And if I understand you correctly, you're also telling the jury that you handed what'd you say you handed to the
There was a piece of paper and a pen to the gentleman who walked over to me.
piece of paper and a pen? And on August 29th of 2023, the day that you got in the fight, you remember that day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You talked to prison officials, didn't
When they took me to the front? Yeah.
Well, isn't it true that you declined to make a statement on August 29th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
You didn't mention this pencil or paper on August 29th.
They asked me did I have any weapons. I told them I had a pencil and paper in my hand. I gave it to somebody else. That was about it. I had no weapons in my hand.
So you're telling the jury now on July, whatever day it is, 2026, that back on August 29th of 2023, you told somebody about this pencil and piece of paper.
The gentleman that was trying to investigate me asked me exactly what happened.
Who was the gentleman that
I
was
can't
trying?
remember his name, sir. That was over 3-some years ago, 3.5 years ago.
But you,
I've been through multiple situations, health-wise and everything.
but you don't have any reason to believe that this missing statement about the pencil and piece of paper was recorded in any way, did you?
I mean, if he didn't write it down, I have nothing to do with it. I didn't make a statement because, like you said, the penitentiary is a dangerous place. So
But you,
making any type of statement
okay.
could be worse off.
Well, you just told me that you did make a statement, did you not?
No, I didn't. You asked me, did the gentleman ask me to make a statement in an affirmative, and I told you, no, I didn't.
Well, but you
He
said,
asked me about the pen and paper, because I guess the gentleman told me that I stabbed him with a pen. I said, I had a pen and paper, but I gave it to the gentleman, because they asked me about a weapon. So that's when I told him about the pen and the paper that I handed to others. It had nothing to do with it.
so you did make a statement, correct?
That's what you call a statement, yes, sir.
And Mr. Singleton, can you see the screen in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we do the lights again?
Let's just see if we can just get the short set of lights right up here, since it's where you're straight. Yes, sir. Mr. Farmer, if you need to move over there, or do something,
Yes,
just don't stand in front of the jury so they can't see.
all right. For the record, we are looking at state exhibit number 1, correct? And Mr. Singleton, you can see the screen in front of you, right?
That's correct.
And that is to your knowledge, the only angle of the fight that occurred between you and these individuals on August 29th, 2023, correct?
Yeah, this is only the second time I've seen the video besides the gentleman showing me the other day. So I didn't know it was any other angle or this angle.
Well, you know that there were other cameras in here.
I mean, yeah, the camera in the.
Can I finish my question, sir? Please?
All right, gentlemen, we're going to do this one way. You ask your question, Mr. Singleton, if you'll wait until he's finished, I will make sure he waits until you're finished with your answer before we start back up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Fair play. Okay.
There were other cameras in your unit, correct?
That's correct.
Your entire body is not visible on the screen that you're looking at, is it?
No, sir.
And that's you in the white shirt at the bottom left of the video, correct? And first of all, is my cursor showing on the,
Yeah, I can see the cursor.
you can see my cursor?
Yeah, not no more. It did. Yeah, I see it.
Okay. You see the cursor, you see all the red stuff up there around the cursor,
Yeah.
right? That's not your blood, is it?
No, sir.
Obviously, right?
No, sir.
And you see the cursor now,
Yes, sir.
those dots below the table, you see those dots?
Yes, sir.
That's not your blood either, right?
No, sir.
And you see the cursor now,
Yes, sir.
you see the dots there?
Yes, sir.
That's not your blood either, is it?
Yes, sir.
Because nothing had happened before then, correct?
That's correct.
Did you not tell the jury a few minutes ago that that was your blood?
I showed them the spot where my blood was after the incident when we stopped the fight.
Now, at this moment, there are no guards in the unit, correct?
That's correct.
And you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 other inmates who would have been there to witness what you say was an innocent attack on you, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, the guy that you said you just gave a pencil and a piece of paper to, he would have been able to verify your statement, right?
What, you being on the phone? and getting
About
something?
all you gave to.
Yes, sir.
If somebody had just talked to him, right?
I mean, yeah, if you were talking to someone.
Now, Mr. Singleton, at this time, we're at, for the record, we're 19 seconds into the video, okay? And at this time, where's the phone?
On the wall.
Are you on the phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
How are you holding the phone?
My back against the wall, phone to my ear.
So you weren't using your hands, correct?
And I had one hand holding the phone.
You say you had one hand on the
I had
phone
one hand on the phone.
the whole time, right?
Until I dropped it to defend myself.
So you're saying that there's no point before you say you
Unless I
got,
switched hands when I gave him what he asked for, but besides that, no, I was talking to my fiance.
Mr. Singleton, do you know, can you see your left hand on the screen right now at 19 seconds?
Yeah, I guess that's the left hand on the two hands.
Do you see anything, do you see a black, something black on your left hand?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Look like it was darkness in the color.
So you're telling the jury you weren't wearing a glove? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I might have been. I mean,
You
know,
might
like
have
I said,
been.
no, let me explain this. Over 3 years ago, okay, these are something that I care not to remember because it comes to my life. But I had gloves on, I might have had gloves on.
You might have
We
had
work out,
gloves
we
on.
work out when we out there. So I might have had gloves on to work out with. I'm not for certain.
And you might have been putting one on right about the same time that you say you got just attacked out of nowhere after doing this altruistic act with the clothing, right? You just happened to be putting on a glove at that time. Is that what you're telling me, Mr.
The reason I have on the glove, I have no clue. I could have been working out. Did I put it on to defend myself from something I didn't know was gonna happen? No. Did I expect something to happen? No.
And the glove that you were putting on had nothing to do with the pencil and the piece of paper, I assume. Is that your testimony?
The glove that I had on or put on had nothing to do with pencil paper or pencil.
How were you putting on the glove if you were?
I mean, it looks like
If
it's
you were
on-
holding the phone.
There's always a way to put the phone between your ear and hand. Use both hands.
Gotcha.
But it looks like the glove was already on. So I had to be working out before I even got to the phone.
You just don't know, right?
I don't remember.
Did you see the glove flapping in? We played from 19 seconds to 20 seconds.
It looks like it's in the same position here.
Now, we're at 22 seconds, and the gentleman in the blue shirt reaches out to the hand, your left hand, correct?
Let's go.
And is that where, is that where the pen and the piece of paper were that you say you had while you were also holding the phone? And is that what you're telling me?
I mean, it could have been a hand. I could have switched hands when it came up. I mean, like I said, sir, I'm sorry. My recollection is not as good as it should be. After 3 hands, over 3 years, so.
Well, you agree it's really important whether that was a
But I
pencil.
mean,
Can I finish my question, sir? You agree that it's really important whether that was a pencil and a piece of paper or a weapon, don't you?
yeah, it was a pencil and a piece of paper. A pen and a piece of paper. And you can see.
Can you see the pen, a piece of paper on the screen?
You see the gentleman reaching out and handing.
You can't see it on the screen, though, can you?
Yes, sir, you can.
It's one of those things that's unseen, correct?
It's that way.
Now, that is, was it your testimony that you had no idea who the guy in the blue
I
shirt?
don't remember his name.
He just knew you were,
I mean,
so.
we were all on close custody, so we were pretty much talked to each other, not like we really knew each other, but it was all on close custody. It wasn't nothing but a real handful. So yeah, we talked to each other, played cards and all sorts of things. But
Well, what was his nickname?
I don't remember his nickname.
You don't remember his nickname, don't remember his real name, right?
So I don't remember nobody in that group real name or nickname.
Now, Mr. Singleton, do you see, we're stopped at 46 seconds into the video, correct?
Yes.
And you can see both of your hands at this time, correct? If you need to get up closer, you can.
Yeah, I can see both my hands.
And the phones, you're saying the phone must have been,
I probably had it as long as this long arm.
but you agree, there,
So,
it appears that you're putting on gloves, right?
you know, it looks like I'm taking it off.
Is that left hand, is there a glove on your left hand at 49 seconds into the video?
Yeah.
So you hadn't taken it off at that point, correct?
No, sir.
And 51 seconds into the video, you can still see both hands, correct?
That's correct.
And you hadn't taken the glove off at that point either, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, it looks like you have two gloves, correct?
I only see one, but could be.
Could be, right?
I was probably working out.
Now, you see Mr. AD walking up to you, correct? That's 55 seconds into the video, right?
That's correct.
And at that point in the video, you can't see your right hand, can you?
Now, probably get back on the phone.
You just don't know what happened to your right hand at that
I mean,
moment.
it could be on the phone, could be at my side, I don't know. I was on the phone, so it had to either be back on the phone.
But it's one of those things that can't be seen on the
It
video.
has to be on the phone.
It's one of those
If it's
things,
not by my side, sir, it has to be on the phone.
it's one of those things that just can't be seen from the video, right?
You're right.
What happened to the glove or the gloves?
Actually, I do it, so I was fighting for my life. I got stabbed in my hand. I don't know.
You don't remember anybody collecting that from you, right?
No, I don't remember. You know, I had stitches and staples in my.
Well, I didn't ask you that, sir. I asked you, do you remember anybody collecting the gloves that you had from you,
No, sir.
right?
No, sir.
And you don't remember that, do
I
you?
don't.
Now, we're at 57 seconds into the video. And I'm going to slow motion the video. And before we proceed, you have nothing else in your hand at this time. Is that what you're telling us, Jerry?
Nothing else in my hand. You can see I dropped the phone and defend myself.
Now, I want you to focus on the silver table that's in the middle of the screen, okay? Can you do that?
Yeah.
Now, we're going to look at between the second and third chairs on the bottom of the table, okay?
Okay.
Do you see the object that fell out of your hand and is the little white dot between the second and third chair?
I don't know if the object fell out of my hand. I seen the object hit the floor when I was fighting the gentleman. I don't know if it fell out of my hand or his. I had a slice. I did. I had nothing in my hand. As you can see, but the glove in the phone.
Well, you just said you don't have the slightest idea if it flew out of your hand or his. Is that what you just
I
said?
said, but as you see, when I left the phone, there was nothing in my hand but the phone and the glove. You can see on the video, it doesn't look like I pulled anything out of my pants or anything.
But you see, you acknowledge that there is an object that came out of somebody's hands, right?
And now that fell on the floor, his hand came out of my slice.
And it went under the table, right?
Was I saying yes?
And to your knowledge, it was never recovered, right?
Sir, I had nothing to when we recovered anything. You know, report to me. I don't know, they said recovered, I wouldn't been up for any contraband, or weapons, or anything,
So you didn't get charged with anything on this occasion, did you?
I know I didn't, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm defending my life.
Nobody charged you for the thing that you say wasn't in your hand, right?
I got charged for that. You agree that the
cells inside the unit can be manipulated, tampered with, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, you,
Well, honestly, I don't know. Those are the new doors they put on. That was an automatic push button. They got a big lock on them, so it's hard to rig those.
but you had tried to rig one before, right?
And I tried to rig the new doors.
Right, any,
Yeah, everybody,
did you say everybody
yeah,
had it?
everybody rigged the doors.
In prison, right? Including you, correct?
I just said that.
And this was a close custody unit, correct?
Yes, sir. Close on the top, PC on the bottom.
And you were there because of an assault, correct?
Mr. Farmer, are you finished with the video? Just want to turn the lights back on.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
And you're telling the jury that, even though you were in this close custody unit with Mr. Drummond, you didn't know him at all?
Yes, sir.
You
First
just
time
didn't
I
know
met
him
him
at all?
was when he came to those units.
Huh?
The first time I ever met him was when he came to the unit.
But you're telling the jury that you had no problem with it whatsoever prior to this?
Already had any conversation with him a couple times.
And you're telling,
He wasn't in there long before this happened, so I
and
had a couple conversations. Somebody,
and you have, none of those conversations you admit having with them can be seen on this video, correct? Right? And in fact, even if you had had a conversation with him 10 minutes before this video started, we wouldn't be able to see it today, correct?
I'm not for certain how far the video goes back.
You don't recall having an interaction with Mr. Drummond on the same day,
We've had conversations.
on the same day, sir?
We talked the same way.
Right before the video started, right?
Not sure about what time, but yeah, we talked the same day.
You talked?
We talked the same day
Where were you standing when you talked?
on the catwalk.
On the what?
On the catwalk. On
What's
the top tier.
on the top tier? And you're telling the jury it was a friendly conversation, right?
Well, he did.
And then all of a sudden, it's just happened out of nowhere, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
think it might help if you viewed the video from an even closer angle to determine where the other object came out, from whose hand it came out of. No further questions?
Which, screen are you gonna be using, Mr.
This
Warren?
TV right here, Your Honor. Try not to beat this dead horse too much.
Can he use his?
HDMI 1. Yeah, HDMI 1. See the remote?
I can't get it to work on the TV, Your Honor. Can I show it to him on my computer? Can I approach your witness?
Yeah, I think so.
So we've seen this video a bunch of times now. Can you see this from right here? Okay. So if we zoom in, it's the same video a while ago. You were talking on the phone, correct? So we're gonna go slow motion, frame by frame. Okay? That's you, correct? That's your hand, correct? That's your hand. Right there, it looks like there's something white in your hand, right? Right there? See that white spot right there? Okay. You don't think that's a white spot in your hand? Okay. What about right there? Does that look like a palm in your hand?
Mr. Singleton, would you speak up, sir?
Go back to the, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Go back to the other front.
Okay, so we're gonna go back and you're going down in a stabbing motion, okay? And we'll go real slow. Right there, follow your hand all the way over to this white spot. And then we go up to my client, Mr. Brown. Stabbing motion to him. There's something in your hand right there, right? It's white. You don't see it? Okay. about right now. You see it now? It's right there. You want to see that right there? I'll go real slow, back and forth. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. There's something coming out of your hand, isn't there?
There's something that hit the floor.
And this came out of your hand, didn't it?
Blow it up so I can see. I'm blowing it up, blow it up so I can see.
Boom, your hand's right here, at my client's neck, and then it comes to the right with the same direction as the item going under the table.
Same direction with his hand also, right?
Your hand's right there. His hand's down here by your shirt, your hand's at his neck, and this comes to the right. Left, right, left, right, left, right. It's coming out of your hand, isn't it?
That's the whole motion of the whole, both bodies going left, right, hands and everything.
Yes or no question? Is it coming out of your hand? Oh, thank you.
Mr. Moore. That's an argument.
That's it, Your Honor.
I'm not gonna ask you a lot of questions, just a couple of things. There's been a lot of questions about whether or not you were wearing a glove, wearing two gloves, putting on the glove, taking off the glove. Do you remember if you even had on the glove?
Like I said, I think I was working out before all of these things happened, so I might have had on before I had on the phone.
Okay. Is a glove a weapon?
No,
Can you use a glove to harm anyone?
not that I know of.
You were asking if you ever got charged with anything. What was your answer again?
No.
And when they said charged, obviously you didn't get charged in state court, but do you get disciplined in the prison system if you do something wrong, something you're not supposed to do?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. Did you get disciplined in the prison system for doing anything wrong?
No, sir, they gave you no reprimand, no write-up or anything?
Nothing.
No, sir.
That's all.
Hang on a second, let's see. Sir, you can sit down.
Thank you.
We see lawyers up here a moment. 5:30. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how many of you are tired and worn out today?
Yes, sir.
You ready to go another? Yes. I think we're gonna knock off right here today, okay? And we'll start back at 8:30. I need you here. I'd be happy if you were here at 8:15 in the morning if you can manage that, and we need you to go directly to the jury room. We may be taking care of some business here, so we'll get you there in the morning. Okay, we talked a little bit about this earlier this morning, this evening. Between now and the time you come back in this room tomorrow, do not discuss this case with each other. I don't know if any of you know each other. Don't be texting or calling tonight. Not a good thing to do, not an appropriate thing to do. Nor with anybody else. Because once you start talking about the case, you're going to express an opinion. And that's rule number 2. Do not form an opinion or express an opinion about the case. And again, you've seen the video camera. I'm told the trial's been streamed today. There will be news reports on news stations that you probably watch. I am asking you and requiring you not to watch any news stories, any replay of today's trial, or any posts about today's trial. You have to stay away from that as yours, because those things are going to represent somebody else's opinion about what happened today and about what they think is important. And the fact is, that doesn't count. It's only going to count what you think was important and what you think happened today. And that's why I don't want you doing that. Cannot have something influence you that is not something that happened in this courtroom today. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to ask you. And you're under oath. You're going to be under oath. Don't do any research. Don't log on to any website, media site, television station site, on your phone or on your computer. Again, we're going to decide this case based solely on what happens on this witness stand and what I tell you about the law. I don't think anybody will contact you, but if they do, I need you to report. I'll ask you in the morning. You need to report whoever contacts you. If somebody does, tell them I cannot discuss this case. Get a phone number off your phone ID and hang up. Okay? Is there anything that's not clear about that? You understand exactly what I'm trying to get you to do, and that's stay away from any influence that's not within the walls of this courtroom. Fair enough? Okay, very good. So I hope you have a restful evening, get a good meal. We'll probably feed you lunch again tomorrow. We won't do breakfast, but we'll do lunch again tomorrow. Anything before we discharge jury for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Or anything?
No, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to stand for you and let you all keep your hands up. Everybody else is ready to move.
Notebooks here.
They need to be left here. Thank you, sir.